E senhoras e senhores, chegamos. Vou ter que abrir minha live aqui no celular, calma aí. Meu jogo fechou sozinho.
Em minha vila e o templo de Atenas, destruam tudo e todos. Vamos saudar nosso senhor Ares.
Ares.
Vamos, homens, acabem com tudo.
Acabem com tudo. Ilha de Grão. O que porra tá acontecendo? Papel? Já chegou? Papel. Pelo visto não. Vinte e três horas de skate. É muito raro eu passar de 3 horas dentro de um jogo. No total. Essa merda ali tá me tirando do sério. Pra fechar. 3, 2, 1. Agora. Ah, teve um delay.
Achei que TikTok era sempre a mesma coisa. Aí comecei a usar de verdade.
Ouça sem parar as músicas que você adora. Leve suas playlists para qualquer lugar com o modo offline e toque aquele som que não sai da sua cabeça quantas vezes quiser. Muita música, nenhum anúncio. Só com Spotify Premium. Clique no banner e saiba mais.
Às vezes você cria uma campanha e parece que está falando com um microfone desligado. Anunciar no Spotify é diferente. Podemos ajudar seu negócio a aumentar o volume e chegar até um público engajado que está pronto para ouvir e ver sua mensagem. Saiba como o Spotify pode agregar mais a seu mix em ads.spotify.com.
A coisinha pra quando a gente estiver jogando, porque olha. Tá. Tentar agora. E aí, mano? Só pra constar, meu jogo tá fechando sozinho. E eu fiz um negócio aqui pra ver se arruma ele. Então, não sei se vai pegar. É, Michael 5.
A Neide disse que vai pegar, vai comprar vai mandar o dinheiro. Vai mandar o dinheiro, mas é só de noite, porque o Adriano, ela não sabe passar o dinheiro. E aí o Adriano.
Tá, mas assim, eu tava pensando em, tipo, comprar ele na Magazine Luiza, como... Ó, tá vendo? Tá fechando meu jogo. Comprar na Magazine Luiza e pegar lá agora.
Não, porque ela disse que sim, mas ela disse que mas eu posso pegar e usar aquele meu dinheiro ali. Eu tenho 100 e poucos ali. A não ser que eu use esse aqui, depois ela me manda, ela quer mandar mesmo. Eu tenho dinheiro ali. É. Também dá. Eu tenho dinheiro, ainda tenho 100 pila. Eu tenho mais, eu tenho...
Conseguiu entrar no jogo? Porque eu não...
Tenho sim, também dá. Ela disse que vai me mandar. Ela disse pro Adriano, daí de noite me manda. Nesse olha em cima, tá?
4h23. Em todos os casos, o que você tem aí pra gente jogar? Não sei se tu tem. Se tá no. Se tá no Play ou se tá no PC.
O quê?
É na live, mãe.
Ah, não, eu pensei que era.
O que tem aí pra nós jogar?
Ah, mas a Magazine Luiza diz que eles não vendem essas coisas. Agora que nem eu. Só móveis e boi, panela e coisa. Isso é no site.
Isso aí é só pra retirada.
Ah, só para retirar, pô.
Se for comprar e pra receber, vai receber em outro dia. Se for comprar agora e for pra retirada, de repente pode retirar até mais tarde ou depois.
Sim, mas como é que tem que fazer? Tem que pegar para ir pagar.
Na cidade sem ser na ilha, mas aí. Acho que não tem como selecionar pra entrar em outra área antes. Eu já ia pesquisar aqui, mas eu vou.
Ah, você quis mandar o dinheiro para você, então vai e daí.
Acabei não lendo aqui a mensagem. Não sabe porque só não pesquisa, só não corre atrás.
Não, eu não sei como é que faz, como é que é esse negócio aí.
Você acha que eu nasci sabendo? Corra atrás de saber. Não é porque eu tô em live que eu não vou dar mijada, não. Pô, se tem uma coisa que eu tenho um áudio. Que hoje em dia, não sei se é hoje em dia, mas as pessoas querem tudo de mão beijada, tá ligado? Por isso tem tanta gente que vende curso de como ficar rico rápido e quando você vai ver, não é nada disso. Tem que ver se consegue entrar, mas. Agora. Não sei se vai ter como selecionar antes. Essa merda, essa ilha. Você tá no Play, tá no PC, onde é que você tá? Ó, até poderia pedir desculpa por ser grosso, mas olha, cansa, sabe? Quem eu sou fora da live é quem eu sou dentro da live. Não vou ficar aqui escondendo o que eu sou. Tem gente que faz isso. Foda-se. Não vou esconder quem eu sou. E me irrita mesmo que as pessoas não tenham tanta sede de correr atrás, de conhecer as coisas como eu tenho. Isso, sei lá, velho, é muita ignorância. E uma certa ingenuidade também, porque caímos em um golpe porque minha mãe mandou um link para comprar uma geladeira. Não certificou se o link é confiável. Não certificou nada. Fui lá, confiei. Pegamos uma geladeira de R$ 300, quase 400. Enfim. Se eu tivesse pesquisado, eu teria... Olha... Eu teria averiguado tudo, cara. Tudo. O que você tem aí no Play? Puta que pariu.
O jantar, as velas, a música tá ótima.
Não dê bobeira pro azar um momento tão perfeito. Com o recurso adicionar a fila do Spotify Premium, você controla o que tá tocando agora. Que vem a seguir,
Acho que
assume o controle da sua noite.
não dá pra esperar esse tipo de atitude de pessoas que, tipo, você tem que fazer tudo pra elas. É meio burrice não colocarem um seletor ali onde você pode selecionar onde tu vai cair no jogo. O que você tem aí que a gente pode jogar online, desde que seja gratuito? Faz um tempo que eu quero testar esse jogo, mas eu não sei não, viu? Where Wines Meet. Ai, meu cacete. Tá, Dead by Daylight não tem porque ele é pago. E eu não comprei, sinceramente. Fortnite é uns 100 e poucos gigas. Hum. Eu nem sei que jogo é esse. Human Fall Flat? Acho que eu já ouvi falar disso aí. É um jogo de ragdoll, né? É, tem o primeiro, mas pra ser bem sincero, eu estou sem dinheiro. Na verdade, eu raramente compro jogos. Sendo bem sincero, eu pirateio. Samsung, Prey, Replaced, que é aquele jogo, BMX Streets, Road to Vostok, Tom Clancy's The Division 2 foi o único que eu paguei na promoção. Que eu sou desses. Resident Evil 1 Remake. Pirata, tudo é pirata. Não tenho medo de falar mesmo. Valorant eu nunca joguei. É um jogo meio TikTok. Eu joguei um jogo parecido que tinha poderes, cacete, mas eu... Ah, é tipo um CS. Delta Force não tem pro PlayStation. Arena Breakout provavelmente não. Tem Where Winds Meet. Pior que eu não sei se é um jogo online. Acho que tem como jogar, mas eu não sei se tem crossplay também. E é 100 GB essa porra. Eu não tenho muita coisa. Oh my fucking god. Jogador, tarará, online, cooperativo online, multijogador online. Vê se tem Where Winds Meet. De repente eu tiro o senso, não... acho que não vou jogar mesmo. Tá, já que todo mundo, acho que ninguém vai ver essa live. Eu falo como se alguém fosse ver, mas sei lá, 7 pessoas vão ver, 3, 5. Esse foi a sorte que eu baixei o Replaced. Tá atualizado os cacete. O que eu ia ver? Não sei. Eu nem sei o que eu ia ver agora. Simulador de cozinhar, pelo amor de Deus. Eu já trabalhei em pizzaria. Eu não sei o que tem no PlayStation, porque eu tenho PC, eu não preciso saber, tá ligado? Mas o que eu tenho aqui, deixa eu ver se tem uma lista do que eu tenho instalado. Não. Eu tenho Division 2 e o resto eu tenho a livraria aqui, só que daí eu tenho que instalar. Tem jogo, eu acho que eu sou muito colecionador de jogo, cara. Principalmente jogo que eu não vou jogar também. Ah, tá. Eu fui ver se tinha atualização pro censo. Não tem? Calma aí que eu vou... Acho que eu esqueci de voltar pra tela. Que dia? Ainda sem som? Ou o som voltou? Ainda sem som? Não, tá. Com som. É, vai fechar. Ai. Não tem outro usuário em skate, mano. É só conta da Steam e é isso. Se tivesse como limpar cachê ou alguma coisa assim, talvez. Pra mim tá com som na live. Buceta. Porque eu consigo ouvir minha voz pelo celular. E eu tô na live. Tá me zoando, não tá? Não é possível, mano. consigo escutar minha voz pelo celular, velho. Pelo amor de Deus. A pior que, olha. Que dia. Que dia. Pior que tá querendo me dar dor de cabeça, eu tô com zero tesão pra live jogar.
Hey, it's a new year, so we're taking stock of all the new and upcoming games of 2026, specifically on PC, all right? These are the games that you can start playing right now or they release soon. Not all these games technically have release dates yet, so we're hoping we'll get a chance to play all these this year. And just know, games get delayed all the time. Some of this stuff is subject to change, but we have a lot of cool games. A whopping 50 to talk about. So let's get started off with number 50. One of the more unlikely games of 2026, I think it's obvious, it's Hytale. This like kind of Minecraft-like game has really been through the ringer, man. It was originally canceled, it's been sold and restored. It's releasing in early access, and it released not too long ago, and it's pretty damn solid. It's still in an early stage, but it is fully playable and shows a lot of promise. I mean, taking the bones of the Minecraft experience, but polishing it up, adding expressive animations, a lot more mechanics and smoother combat, it's just a great idea. We had to really sit up and take notice when Hytale exceeds expectations. There was a lot of hype around this one for years, and there's still a very long road ahead for this game, but we're excited to see how it pans out, because it's a really damn good start. Next at number 49, Code Vein 2. This is the first like real, I guess, successor to Elden Ring, or game trying to go after some of that Elden Ring influence and formula, because this vampire-themed action Elden Ring, where we did a mostly 2020 mixed. So if you're looking to... Next at number 48, Cairn. This is the surprise climbing hit of early 2026. This indie game about methodically reaching the top of a massive mountain. The game simulates you climbing from the bottom of a mountain all the way to the top. It's a little bit like vertical baby steps, where you're going to carefully control every limb to slowly kind of pull your character up. It's incredibly dangerous. You're worrying about the elements, you're worrying about resource management and how many cables you can use so you don't fall to your death. There are some mild survival elements and gear upgrades to find when you're exploring. There are even these kind of like sub-side quests to follow alternate climbing paths to get some useful stuff. If you're in the market for like a co-op style game that isn't just about goofiness and slipping and falling down, Cairn is awesome. It's challenging, it's a little janky, but it is surprisingly addictive, and when you reach the top of that mountain, it feels good. It feels like it's worth it. Next at number 47, Mio, Memories in Orbit. This somehow makes the search action genre even more brutal. Metroidvania games like, Hollow Knight Silksong, Nine Souls from last year, they push the difficulty boundaries for exploration side-scrollers, and Mio, actually raises the skill ceiling even higher. It's a beautifully designed 2.5D game, and you're this tiny little robot running around a crashed spaceship trying to complete your mission with whatever that even is. But like a lot of games in this genre, you're left to figure out the story on your own, and you fight these pretty difficult bosses, seriously difficult. Some of the optional bosses in Mio definitely took us by surprise. The bosses in this game just they don't mess around. So if you're looking for a nice casual Metroid style experience, stay away. This one asks a lot of you, but if you're willing to give that up, you're gonna get a cool experience. Next at number 46, Kingmakers is the game we've been following since it was basically first teased as a small concept, essentially a big old medieval battle sim style game. But while you also command the trebuchets and the armies and do the castle sieging stuff, you also get to play as an individual, but it's just a guy with guns, which is an awesome concept for a medieval game. It makes no sense. It's just zany enough. It's the type of stuff that works perfectly in a video game. Be a guy with a gun or a motorcycle or a cool pickup truck just driving around killing knights with swords. Why not? That's the magic of gaming. In 2025, this one was delayed indefinitely, but I really hope we get our hands on it in 2026, even if it's an early access release. Now at number 45, Neo 3. Team Ninja's back, and they're doing it again. This is the other game that is a Souls-like that was previously around, but now it's releasing after the massive influence of Elden Ring. So Neo 3 is featuring big open world maps and more intricate dungeons to explore. You're gonna play and instantly swap between two fighting styles, samurai style or ninja, and each skill set has a specific use. So you're learning how to take advantage of all your abilities and when to flop between the two. That makes it kind of feel unique and stand out in the Souls-like subgenre. These types of games are not slowing down, and Neo is once again really difficult. So consider Neo 3. Now at number 44, Romeo is a Dead Man. This is another developer returning. It's Grasshopper Manufacturer and Suda51 back with another weird, bombastic, ridiculous, hyper-violent character.
Até eu acho que hoje não vai rolar.
What we want, man. We haven't seen a more traditional style single-player action game from Suda51 in what feels like a minute now. Romeo is a Dead Man looks like a return to form for the infamously odd Japanese kind of shock jock game developer. Mixing multimedia presentations with the hyperkinetic action gameplay. It is just exactly the kind of single player game we're hungry for. Something weird and something creative. And we're glad it's coming to PC. Now at number 43, Minha the Hollower. This is the next full game from Shovel Knight developers Yacht Club Games, and that's really all we needed to know to get excited about this one. From what we've seen, it looks like a fast-paced, top-down adventure, kind of inspired by Link's Awakening. You're exploring this cool gothic horror world full of monsters, but it's light, it's charming. It's exactly the kind of successor we wanted from Shovel Knight, a nostalgic game that's never really fully beholden to the limitations of old games and tries something new. Now, Minha was actually meant to release in 2025, but a surprise delay pushed this game into, I guess, the unknown regions of 2026. We don't know when it's coming out, but here's hoping it actually drops sometime this year. This also just looks like a really good Steam Deck game. Next at number 42, the Fable reboot. It seems like it's finally going to get off the ground in 2026. I mean, the Fable series has been on a rocky road for a long time, but now that we finally got a look at this new one, it seems promising. It's not perfect. It's missing the character morphing, morality morphing systems of the old games. You can't become you're very hundreds of NPCs with them however you want. That's Fable. We still don't know exactly how 2026. Who knows? Now at number 41, Slay the Spire 2 is a big one for PC people. I mean, it's the roguelike card builder game that gameplay. This is a pretty ambitious action RPGs that have made the jump from mobile to PC. To other alien anime GTA, like some people were saying, it looks remote, generated, charming, everyone sometimes. Life 2. Now, after the shakeup at the studio behind the first game, the sequel has a lot to prove. It's a comedy and a sci-fi first-person shooter with ridiculously fast action, especially if you didn't play the first one. You're like this human lost in a completely absurd cartoon alien environment with talking weapons. You'll dash and slide and now hoverboard through armies of weird, crazy enemies. And it sounds like things are just really upgraded. More enemies, bigger environments, tighter gameplay. And we were surprised how fun and funny the first one was, so we'll give this one a shot when it releases soon. Now at number 38, check this out. This is Mugenics. This is from the creator of Super Meat Boy. They're releasing this like weirdo tactical roguelike about cat genetics. So instead of hiring soldiers and sending them into battle, you're gonna breed cats and make these like science abominations and battle massive bosses. Now, like any roguelike, failure is gonna send you back to the start of your run. So learning is really the only way to claw your way back and get some actual success. This game kind of feels like a relic of the 2010s because it actually is, fun fact. This was originally like announced back in 2012, and many assumed this Super Meat Boy successor would never see the light of day, but we were all wrong. It has resurfaced, and we're gonna actually get to see if the wait was worth it very soon. Now at number 37, Reanimal. We're really going from like one spiritual successor to another here. This is the next game from the Little Nightmares people. This narrative adventure aims to capture the surreal, disturbing world of those previous games, but for a more mature audience and do something a little different. It's going to be your tiny team of like these cooperative little protagonists, and you're going to avoid bizarre monstrosities and massive environments and deal with these like twisted reanimated animal things. It looks like we kind of wanted from a Little Nightmares sequel, just like bigger, grosser, and a lot meaner. And thankfully, we don't have to wait too long for this one. Next at number 36, Resident Evil Requiem, or Resident Evil 9. Look, it's easily at the top of our most anticipated games of the year. We've talked about it to death at this point. You probably know the drill. You play as the return of Leon Kennedy, series staple, as well as newcomer Grace. She's kind of more like first-person slow survival horror, where Leon plays more like Resident Evil 4 Remake with cool roundhouse kicks and action. It seems like it's potentially the best of both worlds. We've seen gameplay, we've gotten our hands on preview versions of it. It seems like it has a lot of potential, and honestly, like, we haven't seen that much of the game because they've teased this return to Raccoon City, but all the gameplay trailers just feature the characters in one kind of haunted hospital hotel place. So I'm really curious to see what the hell the rest of the game is. Our hopes are high. Capcom's been doing well lately with a lot of these games, so we're excited to see when it releases at the end of February. Next at number 35, Marathon. This is easily one of the most notable games of 2026. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is gonna be up to you. Now look, we're trying to be positive for Marathon's big second debut. This is a reimagining of Bungie's old school FPS games, but now you're a cyborg in an extraction shooter kind of battle royale thing. So you're dumped into a big PvPvE world where you'll have to fight other players, run around, search for loot, and get out with the goods before someone else takes you out. And if they do, you lose all your shit. It's a familiar formula at this point. It's an addictive and proven and kind of hardcore formula, and we're excited to see how Bungie really takes it on. The Destiny 2 developers really know how to make fun-feeling shooters, like they got the gameplay chops, but we're just curious to see if this multiplayer-only attempt is worth it. Next at number 34, Control Resonance. This is a game we're really rooting for. This is the action RPG spin-off / sequel to Control. Now, instead of running around with a transforming gun and third-person shooting, you're actually using this transforming melee weapon, and you're fighting across this like chaotic, twisted New York City. A supernatural threat has actually leaked out of the Federal Bureau of Control headquarters, and your psychic agent, actually Jesse's brother from the first game, he's apparently going out into the streets to stop it. Combining Remedy's like insane storytelling here with a little action combat energy has us excited. It's cool that they're doing something completely different. They could have made Control 2 and just made it feel like Control 1. But if they nail the combat, and that's definitely a tricky thing, but if it has good combat and just tells a great story like they always do, Control Resonant could be a banger. Now at number 33, Pragmata. This is another big Capcom game for 2026. They're busy. You play as this space dude decked out in a big astronaut suit with a helpful long-haired, maybe robotic girl companion. So you do the shooting while she does the hacking. And it's a really clever third-person shooting action spin. And interestingly enough, this is totally new IP for Capcom. And it also just looks really polished. The banter between the characters is charming. The enemy encounters look refreshing. And like with your spacesuited guy having a kind of booster so he can double jump and dash around, and we've seen some big levels. It seems like a weird new spin on Dead Space in terms of like that chunky spaceman gameplay. We still have a lot of questions, but we just love seeing a regular old cool Capcom single player game. We're really interested in just finally learning exactly what the deal is with Pragmata later this year.
Eu cheguei numa fase da vida em que eu só quero jogar algo em que eu quero me divertir.
Cloudflare offers numerous.
Next at number 32,
Chega
Halo
de
Campaign Evolved.
dificuldade
Look, Microsoft,
em
I think,
jogos.
is just aiming to remind us here why we all fell in love with Halo in the first place. Here, I know we've had remakes already, but this Campaign Evolved is like a big overhaul with totally revamped or completely new levels and fresh mechanics to make the OG campaign feel kind of new all over again. Remaking old games has been a winning strategy for developers lately, looking to really rediscover what made those games so great in the first place. So we're just hoping for a fun return back to Halo in 2026. That original game still holds up, so I'm curious to see how they can actually elevate it here. Now at number 31, sticking with similar franchises, Gears of War E-Day. This is another kind of return to simpler.
Não ligo pra Gears of War.
Talking about let's see if they 26. Hell Let
Não agora,
Loose
pelo menos.
Vietnam. That's like as if Hell Let Loose wasn't stressful enough. This online shooter moves to Vietnam, and it's a military sim. You're fighting on maps inspired by pivotal moments in the war, and developers promise that the hardcore gameplay from the OG that people really loved will remain the same here, but with new features because of the technology, like helicopters, tunnel networks, adding more depth to the big-ass battles, different weapons, obviously. Boats are another new addition that both sides are going to have access
Parece
to.
bom.
It seems like it could potentially be really interesting. If you played the original Hell Let Loose, you know that game is sweaty, that game is tight, and that game requires patience. So now, in the Vietnam campaign, that could be even more stress-inducing, but hopefully some good, clean multiplayer fun. And by clean, I mean not really. Next at number
Esse Hell
29,
Let
The
Loose tá
Blood of
incrível.
Dawnwalker. We've talked about this one in other upcoming videos, but we gotta mention it here. This is a vampire-themed big RPG
Esse
made by
aí-
some former developers of The Witcher 3. Now, that doesn't guarantee a great game, but it gets
É,
our
eu
attention.
testaria.
And everything we've seen about Dawnwalker so far looks interesting. It's a story-focused game, and the developers are pushing the interactive angle. There are major pivots and important decisions that will be reflected in the rest of the game, which is always welcome. We love to see if those things actually deliver. The most notable feature for us is how the game is actually split. So there's like the day and the night with two different playstyles. So during the day, you're a normal, weak human, and at night, you're stalking around the countryside and stuff as this powerful, badass vampire with different combat. The developers want both playstyles to feel fun, and there are apparently separate maps for both, making these two sections of the game feel distinct, but I'm curious to see how they interconnect them, how it all feels tangible. Overall, it's an interesting experiment, and we're just excited to see how it all works when the game releases some point midway through 2026. Next at number 28, Forza Horizon 6. This series has been chugging along for a long time, and each new entry is definitely a step up in quality over the last. They kind of hit like warm blankets. It's just a racing game. You know what to expect. But this time around, not only is it a version of Japan with gleaming cities and cherry blossom trees blooming and beautiful countrysides and mountainside drifting, they're also changing up some of the multiplayer options as well as how the progression of like the campaign career works. And I think that's definitely needed. So I'm glad they're not just throwing new cars, new Japan at you. I'm glad that they're kind of reworking some other things in the games mechanically. No pun intended, because the pacing of Forza Horizon 5 kind of threw me off. Still, I'm really looking forward to this. Hopefully it's optimized and it can absolutely scream on PC. It's slated for May 19th of this year. Next at number 27, for something totally different, check this out. This is Beast of Reincarnation. This is actually from Game Freak, the developers of all the mainline Pokemon games. And they're doing this. This is an action RPG set in a polluted, post-apocalyptic far future Japan. You're accompanied by this cool, faithful wolf dog, and you explore this blighted landscape in third-person combat using melee weapons to fight off robots and mutants. Like, it's just a really different type of game than we're used to from Game Freak, but it also looks heavily inspired.
Parece ser legal, mas é o tipo de jogo que eu não sei se eu consigo jogar.
Or Black Myth, or even like a Stellar Blade mixed with Horizon Zero Dawn. Way more so than something like Pokemon Legends. And I'm curious to see how they do with a PC release, because graphically and like design-wise, the game does look gorgeous. So hopefully we can take advantage of that on PC. Next at number 26, Marvel is stepping up big time in 2026 with Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra. Now, the Wolverine game from Insomniac won't be out on PC in 2026, but Marvel 1943 apparently is going to be a multi-platform launch. And it's a World War II adventure where you're playing as Captain America or Black Panther in Nazi-occupied Paris. You're battling mad science stuff from evil organization Hydra. You're dealing with some secret agent stuff as well, some spycraft in between all the superhero stuff. Look, it's a really cool premise. It's got flashy graphics, but we still don't know enough about it. It was apparently going to release in 2025, and it got pushed to whenever in 2026. And I hope we see it this year, but at the very least, I just hope we hear something. I hope it doesn't get canceled or anything, because I love Captain America, and I love when Captain America and Black Panther team up, and this could be pretty sweet. We're at the halfway mark, so we might as well talk about Total War Warhammer 40K. This is like a dream game for a lot of people. I'm just looking at it on screen here. This complete reimagining of the Total War commanding super weapons. Next at number is Spiritual 4, Judas. This, for a lot of people, is kind of like BioShock 4. It's a spiritual successor. It's directed by BioShock mastermind Ken Levine. And it's this kind of like gonzo first-person shooter set on a weird spaceship with all the insanity and alternate history weirdness we kind of expect with these types of games. You'll even get elemental powers that look a lot like plasmids, but we're hoping for another big weird swing from Ken Levine and his team here. BioShock is a stone cold classic for a reason. If Judas can take those BioShock building blocks and create an experience that feels fresh and unique, we might be getting something great here. But we don't actually know if it's coming in 2026. They've been working on this thing forever. Ken Levine and his games notoriously take a long ass time. So hopefully we see it this year, but who knows, man. Next at number 23, if Konami won't make new Castlevania games, then we just have to settle for the next best thing. And right now, that's going to be Bloodstained, the new one. Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement. This is a 2.5D Metroidvania that continues the Kickstarter success, and it just looks like a whole lot better, a big improvement on the last game. This one gives you 2 characters to play as or swap between simultaneously while exploring another massive environment, unlocking traversal powers, you know, just monster-filled castle, all that stuff. It'll be awesome seeing what Bloodstained can really do without just Kickstarter pledges and having a full big budget. Now down at 22, Ace Combat H is exciting just because it exists. It's been just long enough since Ace Combat 7 that we've been craving this particular series' take on arcade-friendly dogfighting with modern jets. It's really cool. If you haven't experienced one of these games, it's really more than you expect. And it seems like they're continuing that vibe with the new one.
É o tipo de jogo que eu não poderia jogar porque tem jogo.
Of course, is Valve's next big multiplayer game. It's been in development for quite some time. People have gotten their hands on it.
Já vi esse jogo, o Alan jogando e
looks hard. Single player release in 2026. If it Way of the Sword is said before, Cap 26. Now at number 20, Onimusha, Way of the Sword. Look, we said before, Capcom is doing a lot this year. They're really busy, and this is another one. Way of the Sword is the company's 3rd single-player release in 2026, if it drops in 2026, and it looks awesome. This is dark fantasy action RPG. You're playing as a samurai fighting grotesque mythological monsters in Japan. It's a cool premise. It's something we've seen in games before, but what sets it apart here is the unique horror atmosphere and Capcom's just really well-crafted worlds. This isn't a Souls-like game, and it isn't like over-the-top crazy action like Devil May Cry. It's this weird in-the-middle thing. Onimusha's really done a good job existing in those margins, and we're hoping they continue that with this one. Now at number 19, Warhammer 40K, Dawn of War 4. The RTS genre is having a small resurgence lately. the sequel pains the or because operating on another light. It's a James Bond game really trying to make you feel like a spy. It's from the developers of the Hitman series, so this stab at the franchise gives you kind of open area levels to explore and then action set pieces to shoot and drive through. It's a dream game for the developers, and we're eager to start using gadgets and mess around to infiltrate enemy bases. This is a fully original James Bond world without the baggage of any of the films or like any actor playing them. It's a whole new fresh thing. It's a young Bond really becoming who he is, and there's a lot of potential there. They make great Hitman games, and hopefully now they can make great 007 games. It still feels like a match made in heaven, and I just hope they stick the landing. Now down at number 17, Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis. If there's one game that needs a full remake, it's the OG Tomb Raider. That being said, they already remade it, but they're remaking it again here, and it looks way cooler. Crystal Dynamics is back in the Tomb Raider business in a pretty big way, making a statement here, working on this Tomb Raider remake and a sequel next year, presumably, that continues the story of Lara Croft. The developers have been really good at making these types of games, so we're hoping this kicks ass. It's just good to have classic style making these types of games, so we're hoping this kicks ass. It's just good to have classic style Tomb Raider back. Next at number 16, from the studio, of course, that brought us like the awesome Yakuza series, Stranger Than Heaven is a Japanese action-adventure RPG that shares a lot with that series. What makes this one different is the far grittier looking storytelling shown in the trailer. The Yakuza games and Kiryu, of course, have become so charming and weird and non-threatening, but awesome. We're just excited to see what this team does with like a darker story. Will this crime story actually feature a whole lot of crime? Given the brawler gameplay and the story presentation of like a Yakuza to a game with more bite is exactly what fans have been clamoring for. I know Judgment kind of did it in certain ways, but Stranger Than Heaven just looks so cool and so unique aesthetically, and hopefully the storytelling can really back that up. Next at number 15, Stranger Than Heaven is a Japanese action-adventure RPG that shares a lot with that series. What makes this one different is the far grittier looking storytelling.
Legal.
2, the follow-up to the classic aquatic survival
Subnáutica,
game. This
eu
one
tenho
has gone through some stuff. If you read gaming news headlines, it seems like it's been messy.
A fobia da água, o
So
oceano.
hopefully they really get their act together, and hopefully everybody working on the game is compensated and everything is all smooth, because the game was shaping up to be something cool, because it's a follow-up to a classic. This one's gonna have a bigger world, a whole new adventure, like new story, more to craft, new biomes, up to 4-player co-op. There could be a lot with Subnautica 2. They just have to stick the landing. Next at number 14, we're sticking with Warhammer 40k with Boltgun 2. This expands on the success of the original boomer shooter style game, now with a second playable character, more weapons, more enemies, more chaos. Look, I love the original Boltgun. It's a really good throwback style game that's fun and fresh, and I'm just glad they're making another one. It's perfect on PC. Next at number 13, Menace is one of our most wanted games of 2026. It's from the creators of Battle Brothers.
February, se não me engano, é fevereiro. Já lançou, não foi?
Others. And it's this advanced turn-based tactical game where you control armies of these futuristic space marine soldiers fighting enemies on a backwater planet with no backup. The gameplay is what makes this game look really special. It gives you a ton of cool tactical options. Despite the sci-fi setting, this is actually a pretty good modern combat sim. There's a full campaign that's set up kind of like XCOM for endless replayability, and randomized missions that force you to fight across multiple theaters. We might have a modern indie classic on our hands with this one. We're getting our hands on it soon, and it just looks cool as hell. Next at number 12, Lords of the Fallen 2. The previous Lords of the Fallen was a surprisingly good representation of like why people like Souls-style games, but the developers still got a long way to go before reaching the greatness of a FromSoft game. Lords of the Fallen 2 is a Souls-like action RPG set in this cool, real grim, dark fantasy world.
Acho que
Like
só
the
tem um
first
jogo
game, the umbral lamp is this
Souls-like que eu
unique feature
jogaria
for this game. So,
pra cacete.
pulling out the lamp allows you to access the
Mortal
world
Shell
of the dead,
2.
unlocking new paths or encountering new enemies entirely that were previously unseen. It's a cool little mechanic with a lot of potential in the sequel, and this is another one where I'm just glad they're getting another one because they can really build on it. Next at number 11, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. They want to tell Batman's story in the silliest way possible here. And by doing that, they're combining the live action movies, the comic book references, cartoon references, game references, all in one quirky Lego package. I think this is a brilliant idea. As a diehard Batman fan across all mediums, this feels like a good celebration of Batman, and it definitely helps. I'm not gonna lie that it kind of plays like an Arkham game in terms of like the combat and the Batmobile and open world Gotham. I hope this is awesome. Next at number 10, Phantom Blade Zero. This is another one we've talked about quite a bit, but this is like a blindingly fast action combat game for the wuxia crowd. Enemies are dark, the violence is intense, and you battle these guys inspired by Chinese mythology and movies, and man, the animations, the combats, the weapons you can take advantage of here, it's pretty hardcore. Probably gonna have a lot of parrying and a lot of challenge, but still, this is gonna release in late 2026, and we're pretty pumped. Now down at number 9, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. This is a flashy fighting game by the Guilty Gear developer Arc System Works. They know what they're doing. You can see incredible animation work firsthand in every frame of this game. We're always in good hands with Arc, and this kind of one-up to Marvel vs. Capcom with 4v4 tag team bouts is something I want to try to experience, even if I'm gonna suck at it. We're on board with the developer, we're on board with the gameplay. The only question is what other heroes are gonna make the roster. We're hoping for some more deep cuts. Now at number 8, this is a PC list, so we gotta mention the Gothic 1 remake. Gothic is the Eurojank epic RPG we love, but can't easily recommend to gamers in 2026. That clunkiness is what the Gothic 1 remake. Now at number 7, Atomic Heart 2. The first game was like the weird busted Soviet Bioshock we never thought. The Legend of Heroes, Trails Beyond the Horizon. This is like a long-running JRPG epic, and now we got another Now at number 5, here's something we did not expect. Vampire Crawlers is like the sorta sequel to the viral mega hit Vampire Survivors, but instead of introducing the world to the bullet heaven genre, Vampire Crawlers is something anyone that spends a lot of time on Steam will recognize. It's a roguelike deck builder. Gameplay makes it look like a fast-paced twist on the formula where you're going to be slinging cards and creating combos for like really big overpowered effects like Vampire Survivors. And it's got this really cool 2D dungeon crawler throwback vibe to it that I'm hoping it feels just as unique as Vampire Survivors did. And now, down at number 4, John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. What they're doing here is adding a little bit of John Carpenter flavor to the Left 4 Dead genre of games. This is a co-op FPS where your team of 4 rides across a zombie wasteland, using these cool weapons and powers to take down hordes of zombies. Your team gets a big vehicle that actually immediately changes the gameplay dynamics, where one person is driving through swarms or, you know, providing backup with the mounted gun and trying to get this thing not stuck in the mud and keeping it fixed up. I think that sounds really cool. The gameplay could really work here, but the only question we really want to know is how much John Carpenter essence is actually in Toxic Commando? Is he just getting a check for putting his name on the game? He admits he does stuff like that. Either way, I hope this is cool. Now at number 3, another great PC game, Tropico. One of our favorite city builders continues to trudge along in 2026. This is the silly dictator simulator where you control your very own banana republic. You choose what laws get passed, how your nation is built from the ground up, and if you need to send in the army to defend your palace from rebels or crack down on the citizenry, then that's what you gotta do. It's a mechanically complex, pretty deep city builder that only gets more refined with each new entry. The latest game promises a lot of tweaks to the formula, improved combat so you can take direct control of your armies. This could rule, and I'm glad Tropico has stuck around so long. Now at number 2, Light No Fire. This is the ambitious follow-up to Hello Games' No Man's Sky, and they're trying something different this time around. More of a fantasy RPG exploration sci-fi game where they're trying to simulate an entire planet that you and your friends can explore and adventure and mess around with a bunch of different biome varieties and cool stuff. This is a tough one. It's vague. We don't know too much about it. Apparently they've been working on it for a long time. Hopefully it launches in a better state than when No Man's Sky originally did, but I don't know if it's going to be 2026. I hope it is, but at the very least, I think we'll at least learn some more this year. Now, speaking of that, down at number 1, Crimson Desert, probably one of the biggest open world single player RPG projects we've seen.
Menos. Sobre o que era? Ah, é. Estratégia. Engraçado que esse vídeo saiu em fevereiro. Tem bônus.
In a long time, right? Like visually astounding, crazy over the top stuff, but also tons of modern consoles and technology. This is one game that we played, some of us here, way back when it released on the 3DS, and it is just a beastly game, man. 7 here is the pinnacle of an extremely old school series, featuring cool, charming characters, on like end game content called depths, new raids, public events, loot, all that. Now it survival. I mean, Jurassic Park deserves a nostalgic shooter, and it seems like this is what they're going for here. Ignore the name because this isn't a survival sim. This is a simple, straightforward, apparently action-adventure game where your scientist must escape the island of Isla Nublar before you're turned into T-Rex food. We haven't seen a lot of gameplay of Jurassic Park Survival yet, but the shots look promising. Beautiful recreations of locations from the original and best movie where you'll fight and survive against familiar monster enemies like velociraptors and Dilophosaurus. Look, we're having a pretty cool little resurgence of Jurassic Park games, like with the park builders, but we still don't have something that's kick-ass and definitive like, say, how Indiana Jones has Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. So here's hoping that Saber Interactive can give us something genuinely good finally in the Jurassic Park universe. Invincible Versus. The Titanic superhero brawls of that series is getting a game, and it makes sense. Invincible Versus is this 3v3 tag team fighting game. So if you've played Marvel vs. Capcom, it's kind of like that, where you choose your team of characters and you fight for victory. That 3v3 format actually works really well for Invincible, which is a series that's absolutely swimming in weird, cool, fun characters. It's like an entire Marvel or DC universe roster, and they can do a lot with it. And the fighting game aims to like match the hard-hitting battles of the comic and TV show with all the violence that entails. If you know, you know. Yes, this is a colorful, campy superhero game where the fighters beat each other up, but they beat each other to like a bloody pulp. It's potentially awesome. Now, those are 50 new PC games you're going to want to keep on your brain for 2026. There are too many notable games to count. The game simulates you climbing from the bottom of a mountain all the way to the top.
Esse jogo já deve ter. Qual jogo que é aquele? Caim. Calma. Não sei. Será que agora vai? Esse é o único jogo que eu jogaria no momento agora. Talvez um BMX Streets, mas eu não sei não.
Looks like our mission's not here. We should
Oi.
head to where it starts.
Deixa eu ver aqui se o menino não adiciona a gente. É. Ótimo. Uh. Nossa. Eu não vi que tinha esse negócio. Foi.
Like the name suggests, speed lines are about going as fast as possible. Hope you like to go fast.
Puta merda. Eu não sei como é que faz o impossible. Eu só faço na cagada.
Barriers to entry can be an uphill battle, but barriers in a line can be fun. So have some. And go.
Barreiras. Merda. Nossa.
This time.
Não. Consegui, mano. Tentei agora. Nossa. Mas sendo bem sincero, se o jogo não entrasse, eu ia encerrar a live. Sei lá, velho. Porque eu acho que eu não ia ter saco pra jogar outro jogo. Ok.
Quick restart.
Merda.
Time for another go.
Fuck.
Let's give it another go.
Vamos ver, mano. Até mais. Oh. Nossa.
Give it another try.
Mas aí não rola.
Back to the start. You got this.
Foda.
Do over. Go again. Reload.
Meu Deus.
Start over. Okay, this time. quick restart.
Podem. Ai,
Time for
foda-se
another go.
esta bosta. Sair dessa ilha aqui antes que ela bugue também, porque, pelo amor de Deus. E agora não vi nada especial nessa ilha. É só um negócio pro pessoal comprar o passe de batalha e... Nossa, é especial. É desbosta, cara. Aquele túnel no lugar que a gente tava ontem, porra, legal, mas o resto aqui, sei lá. Vou vazar daqui. Sabia que não ia rolar. E se eu tentar? Acho que se for mais rápido, de repente. Vou tentar um negócio aqui. Tem uma modalidade de skate que eu não lembro o nome, que é em descida. Ó, o cara é hardcore, hein? Quero tentar isso também. Mas agora não. Nossa. Acho que não rola. Ok, vamos vazar. Vou entrar aqui só pra ver. Isso foi legal. Não. Ah, tem uns lugares. Ah, mas... acho que eu sei onde que é esse pulo dá. todo mundo bugado aqui, é impressão minha. Nossa. Olha que não dá nem pra dizer que é minha internet, cara, porque senão eu nem estaria jogando aqui. Posso que se eu sair do jogo, a hora que eu for tentar entrar, já era. Ai. Eu, pra mim, ou essa galera caiu, ou tem uma coisa muito estranha acontecendo aqui. Bug, alguma coisa. Oh. Nossa. Esse spot aqui tá legal, hein? Não irei mentir. Tá, vamos vazar daqui antes que dê algum problema no jogo e não entre mais daí.
What is happening, my friend? The name's Slappy. Looks like Izzy volunteered me for the next stop on the tour. Makes sense seeing as me and the crew I roll with are into rigging spots. I'll fill you in on Sandvan's Quick Drop, a DIYer's dream tool. I've got just the spot. Let's roll.
O jogo tá estranho. Desde ontem.
Okay, let's start building with the handy toolbox.
Um minutinho.
It's so sick. Quick Drop lets you place objects in the city wherever you are, so you can make... Every builder is different. Yep, that's about it. Get some practice and throw a few objects down.
Onde eu coloco? Não tem de colocar? Se for pra colocar só pra colocar, então vamos colocar então.
Quick drop is super useful. Climbing, decorating, spot fixing. Me and the crew are always coming up with new stuff for the catalog, too. Hell yeah, I like your choices. Now it's time for the good stuff. Skating.
Não, não é só. Não vai rolar. Chega aqui, não vai rolar também porque tá fora do... Puta que pariu.
Damn, you ripping it up. Save some for the rest of us. Ah, shoot. I just saw the dang footnotes. Apparently you can inspect quick drop items for more details.
Opção.
Pretty handy when you need to re-rig a spot. Okay, let's see how many points we can score on our little build-a-spot.
Oh.
Damn, you've got some good placement chops, and even better skating skills. Just remember, anything's a spot if you've got the tools to rig it, and Quick Drop has a buttload of tools. building a spot in an open lot is one thing, but skating is about cars. Jumping on cars, or over them, you'll see.
Vamos ver.
Alright. The mission is to blast over a few of these cars. The how is up to you, but I'd strongly suggest a kicker for some launch love.
Como eu vou fazer isso? Já sei.
I've heard of some pros who can jump cars without a ramp, but quick drop would definitely make it easier.
Okay.
Brad, I knew you'd figure out the proper object to air to car ratio.
Uma rampa. Simples assim.
Quick drop's pretty useful for launching over stuff, but it's pretty good for launching onto stuff too. Come on, I got the perfect spot to show you what I mean. Looks like you might have the DIY gene. If that display is any indication, it takes a builder to know one, and I know one when I see one. Alright, step one done. You found the spot. Now let's make it skatable. That ledge is pretty high. The kicker ramp should give you a boost up. Damn, there's footnotes and an addendum. And it looks like there's something called quickest drop. Check it out. V will keep track of some of your favorites, but if you want the whole shebang, you can still boot up the full app. Just plop down the kicker in the right spot when you're ready.
Lugar branco? Mas é muito perto, porra.
Looks pretty lined up to me. Go hit it up. Nice. That was sick. Skater 1, ledge 0. Quick drop with the assist.
Okay.
Alright. I've got one last spot to mess with over towards Goldcrest.
Nice.
Our local crew over in Goldcrest are called the SB Lokes. We've got a little spot rigging challenge set up for you when you get there. Me and the Lokes are a match made in heaven. They love building spots to skate, and so do I. Used to do it in my old hometown, also nicknamed Sand Van. Serendipity.
Não rolou.
kids like to play this floor is lava game. Let's use your skater eyes and quick draw
Yeah.
to play it Sand Van style.
É mais grind.
Okay, here's the deal. See the gap? Try dropping an object across it without touching the molten ground. That stuff's hot.
Ok.
Let's give it another go.
Não.
Give it another try.
Pá. Esse posicionamento que não ajuda?
Back to the start. You got this.
Ah.
Yeah, looking unburnt. Dang, I'm telling you, the stuff you can place with quick drop is fully nuts. Creating, fixing, connecting spots, so much is possible. Whoa,
Privadas?
you might need an umbrella. Anyway, you're a natural. I'll see you around when you head to the village for the next tour. Peace.
Eu já tenho isso. Não, acho que são diferentes.
Own that look.
Ele colocou redondo. Ah, esse é diferente mesmo. Esse é comum, tem 3, esse é 2. Entendi. Personalizar.
One man's dumpster, another skater's super high ledge. I assure you, that is legally shared.
Nossa.
Next one is a make.
Esse seria legal, hein?
That definitely could have been worse.
Cadê?
Guess who's trending in the hedge. That's right. You.
E parece ser bonito, hein? Azul meia-noite. Esses produtos Jardim Adorada. Nossa, meus olhos. Eu gostei desse negócio aqui que ele parece um tapa-olho no cachorro. Ó, ó.
Nice grip job.
Não.
Hedgemont fun fact. The neighborhood was originally called the Blue Light District due to the remarkable annual mating emissions of the indigenous glow jellyfish. A bluish aura would bathe the hood, and the locals partied in San Fan's OG entertainment area. The name was changed years ago due to its prurient origin.
Tenho nada desbloqueado aqui praticamente.
Wow, that bus was fast.
Nossa.
notably sick, quick feet.
Lembra de flip e grind. Vamos esse aqui o último e vou encerrar a live por aqui. Meu olho tá muito cansado. Acho que eu tô um pouco também, mas não é cansaço físico.
When slappies, slap back.
Pera aí.
Buses sure be walking, right? Nice.
X, meu querido, faz melhor. Oh, caguei com o negócio. Ai.
This is a wonderfully ownable spot.
Flip e grind.
Feeling up to a challenge? This one's got your name written all over it. Go! Crush it.
Como? Cacetes. Eu vou fazer isso. Conclui todos os objetivos em 10 desafios no iniciante. Fácil então, né? Oh.
Running out saves get up time and skin.
Nossa.
I am debating whether to laugh or express sympathy.
Nossa, dificilmente eu consigo parar de jogar esse jogo na hora. Será que eu consigo fazer isso de novo? Será que eu consigo fazer um wall run? E... acho que consigo sim.
Verified. You are so in the zone.
Pera aí.
Feet. The other way to get around.
Oh. Não rolou.
As a member of Sandvan's rolling class, you always have the right of way.
E antes.
Glad you don't get
What?
session marker sickness.
Então negócio.
Blue Light always serves up delicious daily specials. All you can grind ledges and bottomless air refills. Ramp it up.
É.
Bang it.
Muito básico por enquanto. Eita.
Yes, that needed moving.
Deixa eu ver. Vai no meio.
That seems a satisfactory placement.
Caralho. Ah, a gameplay desse jogo tá horrível. Estranha. Lenta. Com delay.
I
Nossa,
like how you're
cara.
showing the QDOs some love.
Eu comecei a jogar, tá muito bom. Pior que eu acho que não tem muitos lugares. Pera aí. Também tô moscando aqui, calma aí.
Got a slam to play.
Uh. Caralho.
That's a tasty pallet over there.
Dá mais uma, senão vai aquela mesmo.
Sweet. Get after it. You're smoking.
Oh. Não consigo pular. Consigo fazer um backflip. Boa. O negócio é fazer o básico. Nossa.
So many things to
difícil.
hit. Good to see you taking advantage of all that's on offer at this spot.
Muito precoce.
Izzy always has fun missions, if you're in the mood.
Isso ia ser lindo, hein? Vamos salvar esse aqui em caso de eu perder. Aí. Ixi. Já era. O jogo fechou. Provavelmente.
All right, it's time to bring it home and close out your first San Van tour. I'll be taking you to some of my fave spots in the hedge to see how your skater eyes have adjusted. A little tour ender victory lap. Let's roll to the beach first.
E se... E se...
Time to renovate.
Opa. Não. Vai?
Ooh, nice transition.
É, mais rápido, com certeza. Pera aí que eu preciso colocar uma música agora, viu? Agora vai.
Breaking news. There's a newspaper stand.
Oh. Um pouquinho mais pra frente.
That's as suitable a place as any.
Não.
Are you sure about that?
Merda, né?
Never know until you try.
Aqui no Spotify Advertising, sabemos bem que acompanhar as pessoas onde estiverem, os tênis de corrida que te dão aquela força para treinar. Nossos clientes dizem que o Spotify é parte essencial da sua rotina. São mais momentos para eles ouvirem e verem os anúncios da sua marca. Saiba como o Spotify pode agregar mais ao seu mix em ads.spotify.com. Ouça sem parar as músicas que você adora. Leve suas playlists para qualquer lugar com o modo offline e toque aquele som que não sai da sua cabeça quantas vezes quiser.
Pop
Muita
goes the
música,
object.
nenhum anúncio. Só com o Spotify Premium. Clique no banner e saiba mais.
Um pouquinho mais pra trás. Acho que eu vou colocar tudo pra trás aqui porque o negócio não tá rolando, não. Aí.
Oh, this is one of those kinds of sessions. A QTO-assisted one. Sometimes they're the best kind.
Porra. Não tem jeito.
noticed the lack of sand in your bearings here at Blue Light Beach? It's all thanks to Sandvan's patent-pending automated sand vacuum.
Acho que se for assim eu consigo.
Someone's feeling it.
Nossa.
Hello?
Hello? How are you?
Good, and you? Yeah, I'm technically new, so can you teach me, please? Hello, hello.
You are learning to play?
What?
You are...
I said hello, hello.
Wait up. You are learning to play?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just know a couple of tricks, like this one. Actually, I think about it. Well, you're not even seeing me right now.
I am getting into you.
Cook at this place.
That's a nice spot, isn't it?
Yes, very nice. I hit some of the craziest tricks I can never hit anywhere else. And I can
Yeah.
sell as hard, too. Nana, do you know how to do front flips?
Yeah.
So you can't do those on skate, but if you hold your I know how to do these. L2, yeah, but then you have to do that and jump, and you'll get something like this. Yes, you can do that in skate. I've seen people doing it. Yeah, you can flip.
You mean
Flip
on
onto your bike, or
on skating or off?
I'm not sure. Oh my god.
Get that word.
Nice one, dudes.
Sorry, I'm eating.
No need to get it all done now. Focus up. This one looks tough. You got this.
Nice.
I sold. Huh. Sold. Woohoo! Jesus. Alright. Got this. No, there's a heel flip. Come on. That's not it. Oh, my friend is online. Well, well, well. Oh, come on.
Nice one.
Taking care of necessary business. Diligent. Dang, this might be tough.
We can't run free as a group?
Send it.
Or just on those gaps?
Oh my god, I just got ran over. Yo.
You are officially testing the limits of my boundary detection.
Yeah.
Oh shit. God.
You are the objective assassin.
The game is a bit slower for y'all too, or not? Tá muito lento. Sair desse grupo. Agora como é que eu saio?
Those mellow ones,
Cara, não
they
pode
can
ser uma
add up.
questão de gráfico. Tá muito estranho. Vou tentar isso aqui. Focar aqui em qualidade, vamos ver. Não dá nada. É.
Dope. You're heating up.
Nossa. É, acho que não é isso não, viu? Acho que é alguma coisa que eles fizeram no jogo e agora tá assim.
Spot hunting? Slam tapping.
Onde é que ficava aquele lugar? Acho que fica mais ou menos que assim. Não tenho certeza.
Rules.
Não é aqui.
It's not a sesh until a pedestrian complains. Yike! At least you slammed on a real trick.
Olha, ainda tá aqui.
Decent. Your skating is lit. Keep it rolling. Nice and tidy. The QDOs around here must love all the attention you're giving them. They feel wanted.
Hey. Teste.
Time for some up and down.
Tripulação, prontos para decolagem. Ative o modo avião.
Não deixe a música parar na melhor
Next one is a
parte.
me.
Com o Spotify Premium, sua música voa com você. Baixe suas playlists favoritas enquanto estiver conectado para ouvir no modo offline. Toque no banner e descubra todos os benefícios exclusivos do Premium. Você passou por muitas fases, sua música também. O Spotify Premium se lembra de todas elas, por isso criamos sua cápsula sonora, uma viagem musical que conta sua história através das músicas que te definiram. Reviva aquelas faixas que você tanto curtiu e se surpreenda com a trilha sonora da sua vida. Toque no banner e desbloqueie sua cápsula sonora com o Premium.
Ramp it up.
Ja. Oh. É uma pena. Aí. Vou tentar fazer melhor agora. De novo. Eu não caio bem certinho, cai bem na ponta.
Watch some now, save some for later.
O que eu tô fazendo?
Hedgemont fun fact. Bonsky Skate Park's first floor was led by OG Dak Joe Bonsky, a legendary scene builder and concrete formula master. Joe spread the word on the sand van scene with his self-published zine, Bonsky Beat. Joe always prided himself on being just a small-town boy. Got a slam to play.
Nossa.
Ouça sem parar as músicas que você adora. Leve suas playlists para qualquer lugar com o modo offline e toque aquele som que não sai da sua cabeça quantas vezes quiser.
I trust your
Muita
judgment.
música, nenhum anúncio. Só com o Spotify Premium. Clique no banner e saiba mais. Descubra novas maneiras de curtir suas músicas com o Spotify Premium. A ordem aleatória inteligente adiciona recomendações nas suas playlists para você conhecer novos sons. Você também pode fazer uma jam para curtir com seus amigos. Todo mundo pode adicionar músicas e ouvir junto. Clique no banner e saiba mais.
Gotta love the QDO sesh.
Dá pra fazer melhor. Perdi velocidade ali.
Does X mark the spot?
Não consigo fazer um
What's that smell? Oh, it's a dumpster.
backflip.
Harsh. Does stay in your lane apply here?
Oh. Aqui tá muito lento.
Nice. Looks like you're getting into a groove.
Porra. Feito que tem aqui.
Sua música favorita sempre soa bem, mas você sabia que ela
I'm glad
pode
you like the
soar ainda
footy.
melhor? Com o Spotify Premium, você ouve suas músicas com som de alta qualidade, para vibrar com cada nota, cada batida e cada voz. Experimente a música como nunca antes. Toque no banner e descubra todos os benefícios de ser Premium.
Às vezes você cria uma campanha e parece que está falando com um microfone desligado. Anunciar no Spotify é diferente. Podemos
Ótimo.
ajudar seu negócio a aumentar o volume e chegar até um público engajado que está pronto para ouvir e ver sua mensagem. Saiba como o Spotify pode agregar mais a seu mix em ads.spotify.com.
Essa festa tá arrasando! Me dá seu celular que eu vou tocar uma música incrível!
Meu celular? Nem pensar. Entra na minha jam.
Isso aqui? Isso é Jam. Com o Spotify Premium, você inicia uma Jam e seus amigos entram nos seus próprios celulares.
You're staying
mesmo
one
que
step
eles
ahead of the
ficam
scorekeeper by
gratuito.
hitting
Toque no
those
banner e
drop
saiba
objects.
mais sobre todos
Smart
os
move and
benefícios
move.
de ser Premium.
Solid.
Legal. Tem um negócio diferente aqui pra ver.
Kind of grabs you by the boo-boo, doesn't it?
Olha aí, eu posso encerrar tranquilo. Isso vai ser legal, hein?
Prepare to launch.
Mas não sei se rola não.
You've got your flow going. Those QDOs help, hey? Sweet. Keep that fire going.
Quer dar aquele up nas suas playlists? Com a ordem aleatória inteligente, você ouve músicas recomendadas para cada uma no Spotify Premium. Você também pode fazer uma jam e convidar amigos para contribuir em playlists compartilhadas, com repetições e pulos ilimitados. Clique no banner e saiba mais. Solte o som com o Premium. Baixe e leve suas músicas sempre com você em alta qualidade e sem anúncios. Turbine suas playlists com as recomendações da ordem aleatória inteligente ou ouça exatamente o que
Tá muito lento essa porra desse jogo.
repetições e pulos ilimitados. No Spotify Premium, o céu é o limite. Clique no banner e saiba mais.
Jack and Bonsky builder, Joe Bonsky, had a knack for building stuff that makes even the most intrepid pause and think about it. Slams happen.
Hey.
Did that slam feel as mellow as it looks?
Agora vai.
Gave it a full workout. Nice.
Não é isso ainda. Mas não, não é isso ainda.
You're heating up. A runout's better than a slam. QDOs sure can save a sesh, huh? I'm talking about quick drop objects. You know, QDOs.
Oh.
The footy doesn't lie.
E
Esse silêncio estraga o clima. Com o recurso Mix do Spotify Premium, suas playlists não têm mais pausas. Crie transições automáticas para que suas músicas fluam perfeitamente de uma para outra. Toque no banner e descubra todos os benefícios de ser Premium.
Nossa.
Não deixe sua música parar quando você perder o sinal. Com o Spotify Premium, você baixa suas playlists para ouvir em qualquer lugar, sem usar dados e sem depender da sua conexão. Toque no banner e descubra todos os benefícios de ser Premium.
Memories.
No começo é que tinha ficado meio cagado. É muito rápido. Legal. Esse aqui. Não. Tá, a gente exclui aquele outro. Esse aqui é o 12º. Vou encerrar por aqui. Gente, é isso aí. Valeu, muito obrigado. Vai dar mãe pelo último presente. E